Thank you for that. Are we good to go?
Councillor Horval, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
We can't hear you, Leo. Now we got you. Yep.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Still can't hear you, Leo.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
Still nothing.
Hang on.
We just, yep, it might be our end, Leo. We're just checking at our end.
Righto.
Now we've got you. Now we've got you.
Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we have you now. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is there anyone else to join us?
Councillor Morris will be joining us later.
Okay, it is 9:01, so welcome everyone to the October 2020 Kempsey Shire Council meeting. It's great to have chambers open again to the public as COVID-19 guidelines continue to relax. For this month, we'll still require pre-registration, limited numbers and COVID-19 guidelines in place. So thank you to the people that have taken the time to join us today. And currently, Council still provides councillors to join by Zoom. In chambers this morning, we have Councillor McGinn, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Saul, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Shields, Councillor Williams, along with the General Manager, Craig Milburn, Directors Robert Fish and Stephen Mitchell, our Manager Governance, Daniel Thorogood and Debbie Barry from Governance area. And we have Ruby has joined us from the Argus, and Lex and his son are in the gallery, as is Susan Kane, the Executive Assistant to the Mayor. And Councillor Horval has joined us the meeting by Zoom, and I believe further down the track, Councillor Morris will be joining us as well. So if everyone could please check their mobile devices to silent, that would be great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes? Oh, yes, Councillor.
There's no one in the room with me, just to clear that up.
Thank you. We will get to that shortly, but thank you for that advice. Our council meetings are open to the public and live streamed to allow people to observe council in the decision-making process. By regulation, and I need to advise everyone present that your attendance is taken as consent to the possibility that your image and or voice may be recorded and broadcast to the public via our live stream. And any other visual and or sound recordings of the meeting requires prior permission, and the decision to allow must be a unanimous decision of council. Due to COVID, managing the COVID restrictions, we'll ask all members of the public to please leave the building after their item that they have listened to has been dealt with by council. But if you wish to stay and there's the right number of people in the room, that's fine. You're more than welcome to stay. And there'll be no public morning tea this morning. And council will break at approximately 10:30 to give councillors and staff time for a short break. The General Manager will outline the current COVID meeting practice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For this meeting, there's some new rules of etiquette that have been put in place to try and help facilitate the hybrid style meetings we have. Just a reminder, all the councillors and staff, both in the chamber and participating via Zoom, councillors who are participating via video, councillors and staff participating by video should wear a headset and audio. At the commencement, the Mayor has already outlined the people who are in the chamber, and Councillor Horval has mentioned that there is no one else in the room with him. We will briefly pause, the Mayor will briefly pause between items so the votes can actually come up onto the screen and be displayed, so people can see them before we move to the next item. As per our normal rules, councillors not to speak until they're recognised by the chair, and we ask councillors to wait for the Mayor to finish introducing the topic before moving either
had a bit of trouble getting on the Wi-Fi, mate.
G'day, Graham.
Yeah, I got yours on, but it's...
We can hear you, Graham. That's all right. We've got you muted now. All right. Councillors must not speak until... Yep.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we're going to turn you off, though. We're still doing introductions, Graham. We're going to put you on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So let the Mayor introduce the full item before jumping in with moving either the recommendation or an alternate recommendation. Councillors aren't to speak over another person except to raise a point of orders. Please, everyone remain attentive both to what's happening in the chamber but also what's actually on the screen, particularly for the councillors here. We do have people participating by video. When a break is called, the meetings will resume either at the time declared or shortly after the time. They will not start prior to the time actually announced. Prior to closed sessions, councillors attending by video will be asked to move their cameras to show the room is empty and the door is closed. Virtual backgrounds cannot be used, and the chair may take a 5-minute break when required around every 2 hours. The Mayor has already outlined we'll be having a morning tea break. We have received correspondence from the Office of Local Government overnight. They've reviewed those new protocols we put in place and they're satisfied they're consistent with the requirements in relation to the Local Government Act and the Code of Meeting Practice, and they're comfortable with our proposed approach, and they commend Council for taking positive steps to overcome the challenges associated with holding its meetings in person and remotely. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager.
Madam Mayor.
Can you just hold your question till I finish the introduction, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question to the General Manager.
Welcome, Councillors, General Manager, Executive Team and staff. Welcome also to anyone who has joined by live stream to the September 2020 Ordinary Meeting of Kempsey Shire Council. Voting will be called by any dissent vote. Non-dissent vote is in the affirmative. Abstaining vote is recorded as a vote against. If there is no dissent vote, the motion will pass unanimously. So, and I also ask councillors to please activate your microphones when you've been acknowledged to speak. I just want to outline that it's my intention to move a procedural motion after the prayer and acknowledgement of country to bring the confidential report 11.1 forward to be addressed prior to other business, to allow for our independent facilitator, Graham Fleming, to join us by Zoom. And Graham has already joined us this morning. So welcome, Graham. If this is accepted by Council, we will move item 5, disclosures of interest, to item 4, then do 11.1, that will come forward. And this item will be followed by the confirmation of minutes, which will become item 5 to be heard prior to the items passed by exception. So that's my intention. To formally begin, Councillor Horville had a question on the opening introductions.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Just a quick question. I've had email and phone conversations with the General Manager about the technical aspect of headphones and so forth. Mr. General Manager, will you be able to put my input to the Office of Local Government for their consideration as well? Yes, I can. Okay, thank you. I just think there's some technical issues here we need to solve. Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager.
It is, we'll now begin with the opening prayer, item number 1. Dear Lord, help us in our deliberation today so that our decision will be for the greater good for the whole of the Kempsey Shire. Amen. And the acknowledgement of country is that Council acknowledges that this meeting is to be held on the traditional lands of the Dunghutti people. The apologies and applications for leave. We do have an apology from Councillor Morris. However, he may have an opportunity to join the meeting at some stage this morning. So I thank you. Councillor Shields has moved and it's been seconded by Councillor McGinn. We're all in, who's in any abstaining. So that's been accepted. We will now go to the procedural motion, which I will hand to, which I meant to do before, sorry, Mr. Thorogood. which in essence moves us into a confidential report.
Madam Mayor,
So we need the, yes, so we need the procedural motion first. Oh, no, we need to, it hasn't been accepted yet, so
yes, Madam Mayor.
we need to do the procedural motion first.
Can't hear anything, Madam Mayor, sorry.
We need a seconder for the procedural motion. Thank you, Councillor McGinn.
So that's on the screen in front of all the councillors now.
Thank you. You had a question or something, Councillor Horval?
I was trying to move it with you, Madam Mayor. It's obviously hard to get a call, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Any dissent? No dissent? Thank you. That's been moved and accepted. So we're now going into confidential. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Seconded by Councillor Williams. So we're going into confidential. I now ask for all the staff and the General Manager. Oh, sorry. That's been done. We need to do the conflict disclosures of interest because number 5 has come forward.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
The recommendation that's in the confidential has been put up on the screen for the general public to see before it's considered. It shouldn't be.
No, take it down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horval. We need to do disclosures of interest because that means that then the disclosure for the General Manager is on record before we go into the confidential. So we're now at item number 5, which has become item number 4. Is there any disclosures of interest, councillors? Councillor Shields,
Thank you,
and then
Madam Mayor.
I'll take the General Manager.
Yeah, item 11.4, the Mid North Coast High Performance Centre tender evaluation. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest as I'm a member of the South West Rock Sport and Rec Association, and I'm also connected socially to 2 of the tenderers.
Thank you, Councillor. General Manager.
Yeah, declare a significant pecuniary interest in item 11.1 as it deals with my performance agreement.
Thank you. So now can we move into confidential? Thank you, Councillor Patterson, and seconded by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll now read the resolution that was taken in closed session. It was resolved that Council enter into a new 5-year contract for General Manager Craig Milburn, subject to further financial and legal advice, generally in accordance with the conditions recommended by the Performance Review Committee panel, and authority be given to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor for the execution of the employment contract.
Thank you. Just before we continue, I'd just like to reiterate that we need to be careful about if we're speaking and we're not in workshop, to make sure our microphone is on so that that the other councillors that are on Zoom can hear what is being said in chambers if you're part of the conversation when you've been asked to speak by the Mayor. I know that there's things that sometimes there's people in the audience that talk, or there's people we might want to talk to. I might talk to the General Manager, or you might talk to the person next to you. That can't be heard by the other people that aren't here. So we just need to be aware of that and keep that chatter to virtually nil. Okay, we're now at item number, what was item number 4, confirmation of minutes, which is now item number 5. There is the minutes. No one wants to move? They've been moved by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor McGinn. Councillor Horville?
I'd like to move an amendment if they don't wish to speak to the Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Well, I
haven't heard it, so how can I know?
Yeah, the councillors were all provided with the amendment, I believe, unless you've changed them.
I have, Madam Mayor.
So,
Madam Mayor, a point of order.
just a moment. Yeah, the point of order is, I'll take the point of order.
I understand now that we have to have any changes to the minutes before the meeting rather than have them presented to us at the meeting. Is that correct with the new meeting rules we've agreed to?
Thank you, Councillor. What has happened is Councillor Horville had placed before us what he proposed as amendments. I now believe that he's proposing a different set of amendments. And
Not a whole different set, Madam. Yeah,
sorry, Councillor Horville, what was that?
It's not a whole different set. I'm just going to move the first part first, Madam Mayor, as the first amendment.
So what you're going to move now is just the first part of the amendment.
Yes.
Which is in line with what was suggested. So can we have that on the screen? So you understand, councillors understand that?
Could I talk to it very quickly, Madam Mayor, so I can explain where I am?
I think I need it seconded.
Second that.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. So this will be what it will be.
Question?
I'm going
to speak to it, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Councillor Horville may answer your question when he speaks to it, Councillor. So that we're just putting it up on screen.
Right, so that's what I'm putting up as amendment, as you can see on the screen, Madam Mayor, and it's
just a moment till we have a look at what is being put up on the screen.
So it's the original motion moved by you, and then my amendment, and then you accepting parts of the amendment, Madam Mayor. Basically, that's what I'm moving as this amendment.
Councillor Horville, just to clarify, your amendment wasn't in the text that you emailed me. Did you intend for it to be?
It's the email you've got, Mr. Thorogood. Sorry.
Yeah, which is on the screen right now, that has the original motion as moved by the Mayor.
Yes.
And then the notation that parts of the amendment moved by Councillor Horville was accepted, but does not include the amendment that you moved.
Well, it would have to.
Yep.
Be there so you can see which parts are accepted. It's just the list of names, basically. There's no great big important part of it. Just that the Mayor decided we should write to the Prime Minister and the Opposition Leader as well, and she took that on board from my motion amendment. So the bottom bit there, when in the email, you got the amendment was accepted by the mover. It was actually parts of the amendment, which is what you've now put up on the screen, Mr. Thorogood. So that's what I'm saying. It then became the motion after I had moved my amendment.
I think what it is what Mr. Thorogood emailed back as a suggestion of the first part, which included your amendment, Councillor Horville. I think that is what all the councillors saw as well, which would include your section along with that final sentence, that parts of the amendment were included.
Yes, Mr. General Manager, that's correct. And it's just that the email that came back from Mr. Thorogood didn't have parts of the amendment that was accepted. It's got the amendment was accepted by the mover. So it's got to be parts of in our final part.
So that's your amendment, Councillor Horville?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there any dissent on the amendment? There's no dissent, so the amendment becomes the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd now like to move a further amendment.
And that further amendment is?
The changes are on the second part, Madam Mayor, about, where is it? Add after 11.2, point of order was raised by Councillor McGinn. The Councillor Horville was not discussing the Clay Valley term when resolved. Chair upheld the point of order, and then I added in who quoted directly from the 21st of April 2020 council meeting resolution, and I then put in the resolution there because the mayor read it into the meeting, and I then write, despite the code of meeting practice 5.10, it says, despite any other provision of this code, only the mover of a motion of dissent and the chairperson can speak to the motion before it is put. The mover of the motion does not have a right of general reply. The mover of dissent's speech was interrupted by Councillors Patterson, McGinn and Campbell. During Councillor Horville's dissent speech, where he referred to asking a question not being in the April resolution, Councillor Patterson moved an emergency motion, direct quote, that it be included in the April resolution. The chair acknowledged that Councillor Patterson had moved an emergency motion, direct quote. No seconder was sought, it was not put to the meeting, and it was not ruled out of order. And the final part of that is, and I think Mr. Thorogood's already accepted that Councillor Morris voted for the dissent motion, and that's what I put in the final part of my amendment.
So do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Morris?
Speaking to it, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, may I speak?
No, he's just read it, Councillor. He's allowed to speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the next day, I got notified that on Facebook, there was a short video of this whole exchange. And in the next couple of days, over 3,000 people viewed. That's over because at 3,000, Facebook no longer counts the number of views, but over 3,000 views of this part. And it's what happened and the comments back from the community on Facebook. And we don't rely too much on Facebook, but it's out there amongst our community. The comments about my fellow councillors and myself, Madam Mayor, I'm speaking to this motion, and I'm making a point about how we are perceived.
Just a moment, Councillor, there's a point of order. I need to take the point of order.
Of course.
Point of order is?
Councillor Horville's talking about a response to minutes, not the fact of whether the minutes are true and accurate or not. I'd like him to speak about whether they're true and accurate or not as a record of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll uphold that.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may speak.
True and accurate minutes, please.
Yes, true and accurate minutes can be seen on the YouTube. That is what people saw. It's a true and accurate record of what happened. And that's what I put up based on what was broadcast on the YouTube of the council meeting. And that makes it true and accurate. If you are going to vote against this, you are saying it didn't happen. And then there's a problem in our community that they have seen, a huge number of people have seen what happened, and you vote against this, you're saying it didn't happen. So it comes to our credibility in our community that if you're saying it didn't happen by not supporting this motion or this amendment, then you're saying the people did not see what they saw. And so I must ask you, did it happen? If it did happen, you should vote in favour of it. In my opinion, I can't direct you to vote anyway at all, but I please want you to consider a lot of people have seen what was said and how it was said and what was put up as a point of order. It's all there, and that's what I've put up. And I'm asking you people, my fellow councillors, to understand that right now even, people are watching us. And we have to stand up for the community, not for what looks good.
General Manager would like to make a comment on that.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, there's a distinct difference between what is recorded in the minutes and what is actually on the video. There's a lot of discussion, a lot of debate that's actually on the video and therefore on YouTube. That is not what is recorded in the minutes. And certainly from the workshop we held with the councillors about minute taking, this would be outside, as Councillor, as Mr. Thorogood had outlined via email to the councillors, this would be outside what was agreed through that workshop about what we would record. And I would make a point that all the councillors are here in an open and transparent way to make decisions on behalf of the council.
Thank you, General Manager. Do I have any speakers against the amendment?
A point of order, Madam Mayor.
Your point of order is, Councillor Horville?
I think General Manager misspoke there. I don't think he intended to, but he said the councillors are here on behalf of council. Actually here on behalf of the community, my point, and that I think he just got it wrong.
I'm just not even going to comment on that.
Is it upheld or not, Madam Mayor?
No, it's not. We're now, is there any dissent on the amendment? There's 6. The amendment's lost, and we're going to just take a little minute to say who voted, who dissented, and then we'll go back to the motion. Wait till it's on screen. So we're now at the original motion. All in favour of any dissent?
Madam Mayor, is it the original motion or is it the motion with the pressed amendment included?
Sorry, yes, the amendment that became the motion with the
So it's not the original motion, it's the amended motion.
amended motion. All in favour of no, any dissent on the motion? Councillor Horville is the one dissent. Okay, we'll
Madam
move.
Mayor, can I just ask a question of clarification?
Yes, certainly.
My voting in regards to that dissent was varied in the minutes, as Mr. Thorogood indicated would be?
Yes, it will.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, may I ask you a question, please?
Yes, Councillor Horville.
During that last meeting, Madam Mayor, that was put out on YouTube.
No, Councillor Horville.
I haven't asked the question, Madam
Councillor
Mayor.
Horville, we've moved on from that.
I'm asking a question. You haven't heard it, Madam Mayor.
It's not on the agenda, Councillor Horville. We have moved on from minutes and we've moved on from the last meeting. We are now going to go to item number 6.
Madam Mayor, I think you should apologise to me. You need to apologise, Madam Mayor, for the words you said at the last meeting, saying I have no respect for you.
I can't hear what's being stated. There's discussion there, but I can't hear it. Point of order, Madam Mayor.
I have.
Microphones are obviously turned off. Why?
I have stopped the meeting. Nobody's speaking.
Well, I could hear speaking in the background.
And that was the General Manager talking to me, telling me how to stop Councillor Horville if I had not asked him to speak.
You did ask me to speak, Madam Mayor, and I was asking you a question.
I asked the question, which I thought was going to be on the next item.
No, the question was, will you apologise? That was my question.
We're moving on to item number 6.
Have we done disclosure of interest, Madam Mayor, item number 5?
We've had that, councillor. That was before you joined the meeting. Item number 6, items passed by exception. Yes,
Move that way, Madam Mayor.
it's been moved by councillor Patterson and seconded by councillor McGinn. Is there any questions on item number 6?
Yes, I have questions on cash and investments, Madam Mayor. 911.
Thank you, councillor.
If I can get to it. It's in the attachment, Madam Mayor.
Your question is?
On the last page, Director Mitchell might be able to answer this. He possibly have answered it before, but I still would like to know, when will the year-to-date budget allocation part of the graph on page 3 of the statement of cash and investments, the attachment, when will that be recalculated, or does it stay at its present climb rate for the rest of the financial year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Horville, those year-to-date budget numbers you refer to in the attachment will be adjusted if and when Council adopts the quarterly budget review for September, which will be tabled at the November Council meeting.
Okay, that answers the question. Thank you very much. And I guess with the changing numbers, you'll certainly be considering all of it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Morris.
I'd just like to withdraw item 9.6, Madam Mayor, which I notified by email to council staff.
Thank you, councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to remove some too, please.
Thank you, councillor Horville.
I'd like to remove 9.5, urban design, one mob. 9.7, local events day. 9.9, disclosure of interest returns. 9.10, development activity and LEP variations. And I have questions on the Audit and Risk Committee, Madam Mayor, and so I'll have to withdraw that, but that will be asked in confidential, I presume.
Thank you, councillor Horville. So the items now move for by exception are items 9.6.
I withdrew 9.6, Madam
Sorry,
Mayor.
got 9.6. So there's only 9.8, 9.11 and 11.2. Any dissent from the items moved by exception? There's no dissent. That's carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to item 9.1, and there is a recommendation there.
Move that way, Madam Mayor.
I think we did discuss at the beginning, I don't know if councillor Morris was there, for people to wait until I
Okay.
call. Thank you, councillor. So it's been moved by councillor Morris and seconded by councillor Shields. Thank you, councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge the fact that we have moved to adopt a long-term renewable energy and water strategy. It's been a long time coming, and it's a very important first step. I would like to see us do more into the future, although I'm not prepared to muddy this resolution with those further ambitions, although I'd just like to list what I would like to see happen into the future. The plan indicates that we will be doing additional action plans and further strategies. We badly, or I believe we need to engage with the community in some of those. I also would like to see us move to develop a strategy to improve the community's carbon or energy and water strategy or use of such resources. And I'd also like to see, as I've asked previously, for us to move down the path of having a community reference group to assist with engaging with the community to improve those aspects. I am not going to suggest making an amendment. I'll probably pursue some of those things in future notices of motion to augment our progress moving forward with these matters. It would also be very nice if we could somehow find the money to install the PV system mentioned in the workshop that we had and alluded to within the report on the Civic Centre. With a 4.5-year payback period, if we could find that money, it would have a positive impact on our financial sustainability over the long-term financial plan, whilst it would have obviously a short-term negative outlook. I would also like to see council reporting more on savings that have been generated. The new office upgrades have included LED lights and so forth, which would have a decrease in the electricity use within those areas. It's good, though, to see that council's long-term goal is to align with the New South Wales government's target of net zero emissions by 2050. And to fully do that, we need to engage with the community, because the state's targets include the community, but we also should have milestone targets in between, which I believe the action plans that are due to be looked at into the future should flesh that out. I would commend the recommendation and the adoption of this plan to my fellow councillors.
Thank
Madam
you,
Mayor.
Councillor. Councillor Horval.
May I have a question, please, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Horval.
On page 10 at the top of the page, Madam Mayor, there's point 3 about the special IPCC report on 1.5 degrees warming. The last sentence says, with clear benefits to people and natural ecosystems, limiting global warming to 1.5% compared to 2 degrees Celsius could go hand in hand with ensuring a more sustainable and equitable society. That statement, all very well and good, but it's not actually addressing the financial impact. So would there be major financial impacts if we went down the line of 1.5%?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think what's being highlighted here in these 3 points is just giving background to the overall strategy. And it just gives context from building from the Kyoto Protocol, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement, and then the IPCC report. I think it's simply there to do that. The strategy that's been developed is taking into consider all of those elements, and certainly is being very strongly driven from a financial perspective.
So the positive there, Mr. General Manager, of going down that line compared to the 2 degrees abatement. I guess that's a question, I guess.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. General Manager. The options there in the are council staff, including the sustainability officer, looking at the effects of some councils in Australia, like Sydney City Council, who have already committed to zero emissions by this year. So are those things being considered by staff on how that feeds into these recommendations?
Yes.
They are. Thank you very much.
I'll take Councillor Baxter, and then I'll take Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to the Director. This is a incredible document, very professional, thorough document. Can I just ask 2 questions from the document and looking at that magnificent graph from New South Wales? We're joining 31 councils that have already set themselves a target for 100% renewable. Can I ask you, Director, have we said in this document that our council will be 100% renewable by 2030? I think it does.
Point of order, Councillor. Councillor McGinn.
Yeah. I'm just asking a question. Thank you.
Please let the Director answer.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Item 2 of the recommendation reads, adopt a long-term goal which aligns with the New South Wales government's target of net zero emissions by 2050. So that would, I think, answer your question.
Okay. And second question, Director, are we looking at besides the environmental benefits of all of this, are we looking at a cost reduction with electricity, etc., looking at $500,000 possible cost reduction?
Through you, Madam Mayor, obviously, as the General Manager just mentioned, from a financial perspective, that is the key driver of this strategy. So there's obviously 2 attributes to that: is the ongoing environmental benefits in terms of carbon footprint, but then secondly, the financial benefits that come through via efficiencies that potentially can be achieved. And it's just a matter of what council ultimately implements as to what level of savings can ultimately be realised.
Thank you.
Can we put the motion, Madam Mayor?
I know I've got questions. I'm sorry, Councillor. I already said Councillor Morris, and then I'll take Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, through you to the General Manager, I'd just like to ask about point 6 and whether it's passed through or another directors or not, or the General Manager answers it. As part of item 5 above, investigate implementation of priority short-term opportunities and actions in this strategy. My question is, what short-term opportunities are currently being investigated? Do they include the PV system for the Civic Centre? And what amount of money, if any, is available for the implementation in the current budget for such short-term opportunities? And if not in the current budget, is there consideration for allocation for the next operating plan?
Yeah, I will answer some of that. Mr. Fish may wrap up some of it. There's a whole range of short-term ones. Yes, the PV cells on the building here are one of those short-term strategies. There are not funds that I'm aware of in this year's budget, but we'll be certainly looking at those short-term strategies to be putting forward to Council as possibilities for next year's operating plan. I don't know if Mr. Fish, you got some more.
Yeah, I'll just add, just obviously in light of point 5 that's in the recommendation, which is obviously around the financing of the initiatives that are within the strategy. We'll be looking at the options that exist there, which may range from a revolving energy fund, which will require some form of seed funding to initiate, to consideration of annual allocations via the operational plan development. So we'll be looking at that and then, I guess, assessing the best mechanism from a funding perspective to take it forward. And obviously that will come to Council for ultimately for consideration. I think we'd certainly be looking at providing some sort of a short-term program as part of that funding consideration, which may look at somewhere between a 3 and 5 year type program for particularly looking at the short-term initiatives that are in the strategy.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just bring my microphone closer. Madam Mayor, I speak against the strategy. Madam Mayor, this has morphed, in my belief, from the idea of just having solar panels on the roof of council buildings into a full green strategy. Madam Mayor, green power, has been mentioned in the past, is something that people fully endorse until the bill turns up in the mail, and then they change back to other sources of energy. Madam Mayor, often it's seen to be, with the climate change debate and others, pushing 100% renewables is seen to be anti-cow, anti-car and anti-rural farming. We must be very careful about this. I've heard councillors say they plan to push it further and further. The community hasn't really been heard on this properly, and many don't consider it a major event. The point is, we're doing this to save money for council resources, in power for council. But instead, we've actually morphed into a major strategy, which will, I think, make significant changes to our community, and they haven't really had a say in the situation. So no, I won't support this. I think we need to allow people to have more say in if they do want to go down this path or are being almost forced into it. So sadly, I don't support it, and I think we need to rethink this very carefully. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a Councillor Horval?
Madam Mayor, may I speak in favour of it, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. I take on board what Councillor Saul said, Madam Mayor, but I'll disagree with him. This is a strategy that Council will follow, and in the documents it actually outlines the fact that there will be cost benefits to Council if we go down this path. And we must understand that it's not just the local people, but it's the whole of New South Wales, with the New South Wales target of net zero by 2050. All of those targets have been drawn up on pure science of what's happening to our environment. If you have a belief or a feeling that it's not happening, that's all very fine and well. You go away with your beliefs, but we should be with the science from NASA, the science from the Bureau of Meteorology, the CSIRO, all saying we have got to take action. And these 6 actions put up here in the recommendation are a very good first step to making sure that we can cope. Further on, it actually talks in the Saltwater Creek and Lagoon Coastal Management Plan, which is coming up. It talks about the fact that we are going to have high tides and inundation during the sea level rise. That is not an opinion. It's a science fact, and we are required as a council to do something about it. And we are doing something about it. And Councillor Saul, especially, if you can just remember, surveys have been made of people in New South Wales who support this sort of action. And the number comes out at 80% of the people are saying that. 20% of the people are still not convinced, and that's their right in our democracy, but 80% of the people are saying we have to take action. And that's why I support these 6 points in the recommendation. We've got to take these actions for the long-term benefit of our council area.
Councillor Patterson, Councillor Morris, did you have a question, or are you going to close debate?
No. Obviously just moved to be more comfortable with these uncomfortable headset on, and you saw my hand go up.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Patterson, question, or are you speaking for or against?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking, it's a hard one. I'm speaking for and against. I believe that the energy issue now has become a cost driver rather than a real action. I believe that, like Councillor Saul has said, I think we've got to be very careful that we don't push our economy into an area that it can't actually survive in. Coming from a business background, manufacturing industry, I believe that going ahead with full 100% renewables is going to be something that's unachievable and something that is going to be very dangerous for employment and the continuation of our economy. I do believe that Council needs to move forward with strategies to cut costs, solar panels on the roof, and other strategies, procurement strategies, to cut costs for the ratepayers and the residents of the Macleay, Kempsey Shire Council. But at the same time, we must realise that putting an electric car on the road and a solar panel on the roof is not going to save the world. So I just believe that we just have to be careful in moving forward. I'm happy to move with things that are being invented every day, things that are coming up in our future. But I do believe that we must be very careful not to bastardise our economy by chasing the green strategy. But I do believe in Council's movement forward with the cost savings, which is unfortunately the big driver now that the electricity bills are becoming such a thing where electricity now is a luxury rather than a utility.
Question, Councillor McGinn.
Madam Mayor, I do have a question. I've heard a couple of councillors refer to 100% renewables. That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the goal is for net zero emissions by 2050. But is that one, does that equate to 100% renewables?
In the strategy, what it talks about on page 8 of the strategy, 1.2.2, energy efficiency and renewable energy goals. By 2030, aim to have 100% of councils grid delivered electricity from renewables where cost effective and incurring no added risk to council.
So that doesn't say Or I'm not hearing that answer say 100% renewables no matter what.
That's correct. It's
I'm
saying
hearing you
no,
say that this is driven by financial
Yes,
benefits.
it's
as
where it's
well
cost
as-
effective. Where
Yes.
it's cost effective
Yes,
and
thank
no
you.
added risk to council.
I was just seeking clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? I'm going to put the recommendation. Any dissent on the recommendation? There's been. I'll wait till it comes up on the screen, as we've decided, and wait a few minutes before we go to the next.
It's carried or not, madam? It is carried. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor. Yes, it's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We've now moved to point 9.2, which is the Crescent Head Public Domain Plan. Do I have, you need to put your light on so I can see it. Councillor Baxter wishes to move it and Councillor McGinn seconding it. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Baxter?
I certainly do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
This Crescent Head Master Plan is a crowning achievement in consultation with the community. It addresses a pressing backlog of needs at Crescent Head. This council is to be thanked for addressing serious problems at Crescent Head, long-term problems. We've received an award-winning new amenities block at the beachfront, an amenities block at the CBD, $5 million water treatment plant, new state-of-the-art cabins at the caravan park, befitting Crescent Head's status as the #1 beach in Australia.
Madam Mayor, point of order. What's this got to do with the motion at hand?
Thank you, Councillor. I will take the point of order. Councillor, can you stick to the recommendation?
Thank you, Councillor Morris. There's nothing worse than straying off the point. The enhancement of the CBD through this master plan, will allow our community to capitalise on the tourists that are the lifeblood of Crescent Head's economy. The increased capacity of the cafes will mean increased employment. Increased streamlining of the traffic and parking will improve the standard of living for all concerned. Our strategic planning coordinator and the strategic planning department has recommended a phased-in, staged implementation of the plans that 70% of the residents surveyed agreed to. To do the CBD revamp, the Little Knobby erosion, the Muddy Arm first, and defer the foreshore until issues over marked, unmarked car spaces, etc., are resolved, is a recommendation that I hope all councillors will agree with. And in closing, just to use up another 60 seconds, in closing, I'd like to thank the staff for a magnificent effort. I mean, the people at Crescent Head are so happy with this document and so thankful for the concern of the council. We thank you very much for what you've done. So thank you, councillors. I hope you get your support.
I'll take Councillor Saw's slide I saw first, and then Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to move an amendment to that motion, and I've given it to the minute taker to put on the screen for the councillors to read, please. If I were to get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
What's the change? I can't see it. Sorry.
5 is removed.
Okay.
Is that all the change? It's just that 5 is removed?
No, just if we outline, councillors who understand what this is putting forward, is it actually putting forward that you adopt the entire plan, but the areas that were in the original recommendation to be deferred, it's suggesting you adopt those in principle, which would allow refinement of those to take place. And that's the main part, isn't it? Yeah, so yeah, that's really what it is.
So Councillor McGinn has seconded that.
May I speak then if that's seconded, or shall I wait?
You speak, I think.
The other thing I'll just add in that I did miss is that you are selecting car park option 1, which when you look in the body of the report and the table, that was the one that has the strongest support of the community.
You understand that, councillors? I'm going to read it out. That council consider the feedback received from the community on the draft plan. Note the petitions received during the public exhibition period. Adopt in principle those sectors of the Crescent Head public domain plan as described in table 2 of this report and the attached revised draft plan inclusive of the foreshore car park option 1 as the preferred layout for that sector, and take the necessary actions to finalise these plans. Adopt those sections of the Crescent Head public domain plan as described in table 3 and table 4 of this report and the attached revised draft plan. This is probably more foreshadowed than it is an amendment because it is virtually opposite. No, no. I'm just taking some advice here. It's just a modification.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a question through the director whether this is what is more achievable than the original motion?
I'll ask the director or the general manager to comment on that.
But both are achieved. Through Madam Mayor, both are achievable. Just the process for us to get there is different. In these ones, you're adopting the entire report, but understanding there's more work to be done in the areas around the car park and in relation to Willow Street, and that so you're only adopting those in principle. But the areas in tables 3 and 4, which is the rest of the area, Rankin Street and those sorts of things, you're actually adopting those as they are in your revised plan. So it's really just the process that the staff will go through. By adopting this as opposed to the other would see us take the car park and Willow Street back out on public exhibition for more comment. This one you're saying you've heard what the committee have said and you're adopting those in principle. We'll refine them a little bit more and then move on.
And just one last question, if that's all right, through to the General Manager, Madam Mayor, is that correct that you were saying that the car park option is the one that received the most positive feedback?
Yeah, in the body of the report,
option 1.
In the body of the report on page 16, you'll actually see right towards the bottom of that and rolls over onto page 17 is car park options A, B and C. And you'll see that car park option A had the strongest support from the community in that feedback.
So should we be referring it to as option A instead of option 1?
That's probably correct.
I'm happy to modify that. That's
So can we please change that to already have?
oh, well, thank you for that.
Madam Mayor.
Just a moment.
One final comment if I can on that. Just a note, that's what we received through your Amy Clay. There was clearly, a strong debate about that. There were petitions and all that information is actually contained in the report for the council to actually look at and consider as well.
You've got a question, Councillor Baxter?
Just to speak for or against the amendment.
Okay, well, we need a speaker for. So
I've got a question. That's all.
Councillor Saul spoke in favour, I believe.
He hasn't spoken yet. I don't believe he's just moved the amendment. He hasn't spoken, but you speak. So, Councillor Saul, you can speak, so we can move on from that, and then I'll take Councillor Morris's question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I've done this is again what I've heard, feedback from the committee. I've heard that people who've seen our plans in our local paper, have seen them on exhibition, seem to like the idea of green public space. And I think green public space is important for our communities. You can imagine the enjoyment families would have by being able to use the public space on that foreshore to enjoy and to be able to get together. Maybe this is a way forward. It won't happen overnight, but if we don't make a start and we don't do as we actually told people we're going to do, it's going to be quite foolish. If we defer this decision on the foreshore, it could go into never never for quite some time. The people expecting the foreshore to be done, let's not let them down. Let's get on with it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, your question.
Madam Mayor, I've just got a question in what is the difference in the status of the details in table 2 and those in table 3 and 4? Because I thought that they were all pre-design concept plans. I agree with the thrust of what is the amendment. I was going to be moving a similar one, but that was that we adopt the Crescent Head public domain plan inclusive of car park option A. I don't think we should be adopting it in principle unless somebody can explain that there's a different level of the concepts in those areas. All of it's going to be subject to finalisation of the final design. I'm not aware of the final design already being done for Rankin Street and around the park and so forth. The concepts are no more detailed than what they are down at the foreshore.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only difference is that the ones in tables 3 and 4, we've actually tweaked those before putting them into this report based on the submissions that we've actually received. Table 2, we haven't actually made any changes based on the submissions. So adopting the amendment, you'd be adopting those sections in principle to allow us to take those considerations and make some more amendments to those. But you are correct, they're still only concepts, and when you get into detailed design, there will be some design changes as they actually go through. In particular, we know that the interaction along Killick Creek and in Willow Street are areas that we do need to have a really good look at as part of the process under either resolution. Those areas in particular really need to have a really good look at.
Councillor Baxter, you're waiting to speak against?
To the amendment. Yeah.
To the amendment. Councillor Horville has a question.
No, I was going to speak against it too, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. As much as I hate being a rebel, I would like to stand by the report by the Strategic Planning Department, where they have specifically said that we would like to go ahead with the CBD, with the park, with Little Nobby and Muddy Arm, and defer the foreshore and look at it later. That's all they've asked for. In their wisdom, I realise that we know better than them and that we should improve on their recommendations, as we always do. And I would actually like to, be a rebel and say, well, I think the department, after speaking with the people at Crescent Head for a couple of years now and tabulating the people's views for a couple of years now and speaking to them, I would like to say that rather than improve on this report and this recommendation by the Department of Planning, that I would like to agree with their recommendation wholeheartedly. And I think as the head of the strategic planning spoke to us last night at the briefing session, they would like the time to address the foreshore holistically and not be bulldozed through with a decision by us. Admittedly, we all know better, but I would like to defer to them.
Point of order, Councillor, and I accept your point of order. So stick to the message here around the recommendation, Councillor. Don't be condescending. Thank you.
Well, how do you know I'm being sarcastic? I've been being completely true. Anyway, speaking against the amendment to the recommendation from the Strategic Planning Department, I would like to stay with what the recommendation is. Besides having respect for the planning department, I feel that leaving it as it is would avoid a lot of angst at Crescent Head. So yes, I would encourage the councillors to support the recommendation by the planning department. Thank you.
Councillor McGinn, you're speaking for the
I
amendment?
would like to speak for the amendment if I can, or should the amendment be put?
You haven't
No, we
spoken.
haven't had enough. Okay.
But just a moment, there's Councillor Patterson. I don't know what he's doing, whether he's speaking for or against or got a question.
Just a question on the way, because I just want to make sure that councillors are understanding of what's in the amendment. The amendment stating that option A is the preferred, where I do believe that Councillor Baxter's is option A, B or C may be preferred, and that's what we're going to put back out there. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of the fact that
if this is accepted, we're going on option A.
Option A, which is
Through your method, that would be in principle, and it would allow refinement still to occur to that.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to speak on this. I would like to speak in favour of the amendment. I think the original motion, the main parts really excite me. It excites me too about the car parking option, adding it in and getting on with the job. And I don't think we should be deferring this decision. I understand it is going to be a staged process and that there has been significant consultation despite COVID. So there has been significant consultation with the community and the users and other stakeholders in this public domain plan. I mean, I think that Crescent Head is yet another one of the many jewels in the Macleay Valley crown. We're so lucky to have a recognised culturally significant surfing reserve there, and anything that can be done to protect it for the long-term usage for not just the Crescent Head residents but all the users within our community, and encourage people to visit it for economic benefit to our community is a good thing. So I'd like to speak in favour of the amendment. I think we should be brave and move forward with this decision. As it says, it is in principle, so keeping in mind the significant consultation that has occurred, and there has been significant workshops facilitated and that have come out with these recommendations. So this isn't a stab in the dark. This has already had significant work in its preparation. I'd just like to add, if I may, with the indulgence, that I'm particularly excited by the town centre landscape plan to improve the streetscape with the new furniture plantings and lighting. And I really believe that it'll bring Crescent Head economically, give it more opportunity in the future. As I said, it's one of the jewels in the Macleay Valley crown, and I look forward to us being able to invest in that village as funding comes available. And that's why it's important to have a great plan, because once we've got the plan and we break it down into consumable chunks or sections of the plan, then we're able to implement it as the funding becomes available. So I'm really excited about seeing the improvements that we can have at Crescent Head on the back of the fantastic work that Council's done in other areas, particularly Southwest Rocks. I think Council has done a magnificent job there improving the ambience of Southwest Rocks, and I look forward to the continued investment in our community. This time it's Crescent Head's turn. So I commend the amendment in full.
Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask a quick question and then I'll speak against the motion amendment, if I may. Very quickly to either the General Manager or one of the directors who know about money. What in a broad park or wide park, I think it is, number is the cost of the consultancy so far to us in a general term? 10, 20, 500,000? I've got no idea.
We'd have to take that on notice, Councillor Horville.
Right. And so the consultants have actually said they would like to do further investigations, and so they've asked for an extension of their consultancy. Is that correct?
No, the staff have put forward this recommendation.
Okay, but that is part of the document that came back from our consultants that we look at first. Look at impacts in the seaside aspects of the plan.
The staff have analysed the information that have come back from the consultants and put forward this recommendation.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. I will speak against the amendment, and I'm not too sure. Councillor McGinn was speaking about the fact that how important it is to the cultural part of the surfing community, that the car parks and how it's used now is so important to them. And whether in some of the submissions, some are saying 50, 60 years, it's been very important. I guess it's been very important since the invention of the surfboard. But what I find here is that we've got a report that says we need more information. We need to get on side with the community. And there's a huge number of people who have signed petitions, who have written their name on a form letters. Then there's a whole lot of submissions in full writing that goes on for pages that demonstrate there's a lot of interest in this issue, and they would like surety. So the plan of the original is to break it up into two sections, do the bits we can do now that there's general agreement on. Where there's a major lot of opposition, and it's over 25, 30% on some of the aspects of the plan, the consultants should go back and look at ways of getting more information. So we have a plan of consultancy, and this is a great example of consulting with the community, what we have in front of us, and we should take note of the submissions in the consultancy. It's come back to our plan for consulting the community, which we affirmed back in November last year, that we should consult, not just cynically consult, which happens in some government departments. We've asked some questions and now we're going to do what we wanted to do anyway. This is true consultancy. We've consulted the community through consultants and come up with the fact that we need more information. And so there's divided into two parts. To go forging ahead with this amendment is actually saying, we've consulted you, we're now going to decide for you, when really we need the community fully on side. The other point I'd make, and if I could make very quickly, this is a 10 to 15 year plan. It's not going to start construction tomorrow. It's subject to grant applications and a possibility further down. No money has been allocated for implementing this at the present moment. Not in, I believe, in the operational plan. I'll be stand corrected if that's the case. We've got lots of money in there to start. But as far as I can see, we've got to get the plans right. We need to go back and consult further on those seaside options, and that's why we should defeat this amendment.
Here.
Councillor Patterson.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Horville was bringing up the point that I was going to ask in about the time of delivery. If we're talking 15 to 20 years of possible full delivery of this whole project, I'm not just talking about the business district, which I believe the original motion addresses those issues, that it can go ahead ASAP. We do have the opportunities of searching for more grant funding, but we must have in our minds that the delivery of this project is not next week and it's not the year after. So with the acknowledgement of the planning department and on the fantastic job that they've done on other parts of the Macleay, South West Rocks, for instance, that I refer back to the recommendation that this is the best way to go. Having the plans in place, going ahead with the Rankin Street area, the actual the business area. And we just have to remember that delivery time. We don't want to say this is what we're doing now for 20 years time. We want to say this is the direction we're going in 20 years time. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Councillor Morris. And then I've got Councillor.
We're not actually following our code of meeting practice. We've just had two speak against the amendment.
Councillor Patterson said he was going to ask a question. I was about to pull him up, and you are correct. Yeah, I was waiting for the question, but it never came. So, councillors, can you please watch that? Because when you tell me you're only asking a question, I take that as face value, and then you go to speak for or against. I'll accept your apology, councillor.
Well, I have a question too, if possible, but that's a question.
Councillor Morris had his hand up first. Then we had Councillor Patterson, no, Councillor Williams. Were you wishing to close debate?
No, ma'am, it's a simple question, a question only.
Okay, we'll take Councillor Morris. Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I would like to speak in favour of the amendment. As much as I hate the idea of adopting something in principle, I would much prefer us to be adopting it and subject to final design. But that's what's there at the moment, and it's probably not worth trying to change it. We've already gone out to the community in quite an extensive way. The majority of the community have said that they want option A. From my recollection from the workshop, we were told that there were some people that weren't prepared to state that publicly, but did in confidence to council. And that's not saying who they are, so I don't consider that being the wrong thing to say. On that basis, I believe that going out is not going to get a different outcome. We'll still have the same group that are against it, or about the same number of people against the changes, and there will equally be about the same number of people for the changes. I think it is time to make the decision now and move forward as quickly as we can. And on that basis, I would also like to foreshadow an amendment. And that amendment is that we add a point 5, and that is that council actively pursues grant funding to implement the required works. And a point 6, that council sources $1 million from the federal government's local road and community infrastructure program for the implementation of the Crescent Head public domain plan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just in relation to points 5 and 6, in relation to chasing grants, that's exactly what we would do anyway, so probably no need for that. And in relation to number 6, I was just going to highlight to council that there's actually $400,000 in this year's budget for Rankin Street, and there's $400,000 being allocated from the federal government's local road and community infrastructure program. So that's actually already being addressed as well.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. I stand corrected.
That's interesting, Mr. General Manager, because the last time I asked a question, the answer was that there was no money in the operating plan for the implementation of these works, which was only a few months ago. So obviously there must have been a quarterly budget review that hasn't come to council yet. Is that correct?
Do you want to make a comment?
That was prior to grant announcements.
Motion, put the amendment, please.
So we have a foreshadowed motion.
Foreshadowed amendment, if I get a second.
Foreshadowed amendment. We've got to get this amendment done first. Okay. We're going to... There's a procedural motion. We've had 2 speakers for and 2 against. So we're going to put the amendment, which is in front of you. Is there any dissent from the amendment? There is 2 dissent from the amendment. The amendment becomes the motion. Do you still wish to pursue your foreshadowed motion, Councillor Morris?
Wish to pursue it as an amendment. Yes, although the information provided by the General Manager, or in fact, I will change it to say that Council acknowledges that there is $800,000 available for the implementation of the work in accordance with recently announced grant funding. because that puts it out there that there is some money to progress the, as opposed to the answers that have previously been provided to say that there is none.
Happy to accept it if it moves forward.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Morris, that the mover is happy to accept that?
In accordance with the normal procedure or the procedures adopted now, it probably should be recorded that I moved it an amendment. It wasn't seconded, but the mover adopted it into his motion.
Yes, that will be done.
Madam Mayor, can just add the words in there pending the outcome of the final grant applications.
Happy with that, if the mover is.
Yes, the mover is. And in our new way of doing things, that will be recorded, Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Horville.
I have some questions, but just could you clarify the situation? The amendment has been moved and accepted by the council. Who is now mover of the motion? Is it the person who moved the amendment or the person who moved the original motion?
The person who moved the amendment now becomes the motion.
It's Councillor Saul that's now in charge of that, whether accepting or not. I just want to clarify. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Councillor Shields.
A question, thank you, Madam Mayor, to the Director. Why is it that we're prioritising Rankin Street in the car park area rather than the Main Street CBD area first? But, you know, we're talking about doing the actual, you know, widening the pavements like directly outside the shops. Does it include the car park, or do you mean, or we're not talking about the car park, we're talking about Rankin Street, the CBD?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, it's the CBD area of Rankin Street, and the reason why it was originally identified was the lower cost of that block compared to the Main Street segment. So in relation to the grant funding we potentially got.
Sorry, does it include the car park as well, or is it just the CBD front?
No, it's the CBD front. Obviously, if there's ability to go further, we would certainly explore that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, we now, Councillor Morris.
Just a question through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director, or probably to the General Manager and probably Director Fish. What sort of extent of pavement widening should we achieve with the changes? Following the presentation out there, it was the staff were against making it one way around there. There were suggestions of possibly removing some of the car parking there to provide more street space. Has there been any resolution, or what are we looking at in regard to that as far as the plans are concerned? How much additional space will the shop owners get for use for street dining and so forth?
Yes, yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Just some measurements from a few of the locations within the street. So fronting the Foodworks area, the current width is 1.7 metres, and that'll extend to 3.7. Outside one of the restaurants, it'll extend from 3 metres to 3.7 metres, and outside the green room, it'll extend from 3.4 metre path to 4.6 metre path. And some of the narrow pinch points along the path, along that frontage, will expand from 1.8 to 2.3 metres.
How much space is required to be maintained for the open thoroughfare? So how much out of that will be lost to be effectively used for tables and chairs by the property owner, the adjoining property owners?
Through Madam Mayor, I guess that would be determined through the detail of the detail design phase, but certainly, yeah, clearly we would need to maintain a thoroughfare of the order of probably 1.5 metres or so.
Yep. Yes. Councillor Horville.
I have some questions, Madam Mayor. Originally, the report talks about the fact that turning a one-way street, or making one part of the development of this business centre one way, it talks about it's not necessary, and it says no, it shouldn't happen. But in any of the consultation that went on before, was that ever raised? And yeah, was it ever raised?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it was something that was raised after the consultation by Councillor Morris. The consultants did look at it earlier in the piece as well for consideration, but it wasn't something that was consulted with the community.
Okay, well, if we had gone back to consulting, that could have happened, I guess. My other question, or a couple other questions, on attachment 6 on page 34. I'm not too sure about how we've been presented with all the information and the feedback, but it's a final combined free text comments. And on page 34, at the top of the page, it says, if you want to write on your hands, you will have 1 if you change things. Now, that's, I feel, threatening to councillors, and it should not have been in the submissions to us, in my opinion. Is that something that should be considered?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a submission from a local resident, and councillors are provided with those. Yes, it is, I acknowledge, it is quite provocative by the person who put that in.
Right, that would be good, yeah. And also in, just going back to the pro forma submissions, and that's in, which attachment is that? Attachment 7?
Attachment 9.
Is it? Oh, it is, sorry. Yep, attachment 9. Thank you for that. There's 490 pages. And I counted 14 pages that should not have been there. There were blank pages, there were page pro formas that hadn't been completed, they were put in. And I was wondering why they weren't seen and put out instead of photocopying a blank page to send to councillors to scroll through.
Madam Mayor.
That's irrelevant to the content of the report, Councillor Hall.
On this issue.
Well, it's certainly a lot of reading, Mr. General Manager.
Councillor Hall, you have not been acknowledged to speak.
I was still asking a question, Madam Mayor, sorry.
You will ask the question.
Yes. Should all the names and addresses have been redacted in this attachment 9?
Yes.
Well, some of the staff must have missed some, because I found names and
Councillor Hall,
so I'll just correct that. The addresses needed to be.
Yes, but they should have been redacted. Is that correct?
Councillor Hall, just ask the question.
Yeah, should they have been redacted, the names and addresses? The addresses, I should say.
The addresses.
Should they have been redacted, is my question.
The answer is the addresses, not the names and addresses.
Yeah, okay, so there's a couple of addresses in there. So back to attachment, I wish my iPad could work quicker. Attachment 7, please. I've asked this originally, Mr. General Manager, through you, Madam Mayor. Muddyarm Park, how did it get its name, and is it a geographical name, or was it just a colloquial from the locals?
That's been provided to councillors in a previous bulletin.
Thank you.
So what's the answer,
Any
please?
further questions, Councillor?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Motion.
I hadn't finished. I have a number of questions.
Sorry, councillors. The councillor is allowed to ask questions. He's just not allowed to speak for or against, because we've done that. He can't put the motion. He can continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page, I'll get it. Page 16, and it's concerning. One comment is the access on, yeah, it is page 16, access, the new design not safe for children. And I'd be surprised that any design would be not safe. So has that been investigated with that person, why they think it's unsafe for children?
Councillor Hall, we don't go back to every individual person that makes a submission seeking more detailed information. Comments like that are actually taken into the considerations for the design work, and council, yes, this would be actually making sure they follow things such as crime prevention through environmental design principles, and also obviously quite clearly safe designs for pedestrians, including children.
Thank you. Some of the comments, Mr. General Manager, quite outrageous is the best way to put it.
Councillor, have you got another question?
My question.
Councillor Hovell, just a moment. Before you answer your other question, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I just need to confer with the director, the manager of governance. Actually, it won't be 5 minutes, it'll just be 3. So thank you, councillors.
Hello, hello. Is anything happening there?
No, there's not, Bruce. The meeting hasn't resumed yet.
What, I just had to disappear for something. Has there been an adjournment, has there?
Sorry, yeah, there's been an adjournment. It's got about another minute and a half.
Okay, councillors, thank you. The meeting will resume. We're past the 3 minutes. So just so everybody is aware and on the same page, I keep hearing people calling that they want to put the motion, and we haven't had a speaker for 2 for and 2 against the motion. We had 2 for and 2 against the amendment. So it's very hard to manage when people keep calling, put the motion, when our meeting procedure doesn't allow that. So back to Councillor Horwell's questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The survey that went out, I started it, but I never finished it because I'm a councillor, but I didn't know that it was up and running. But on page 10 of document 7, there's a concerning comment about the survey, and I hope that council staff are looking at them. 2 people have written that the survey was poorly constructed or misleading and unbalanced.
Councillor, your question.
So my question is, are council staff looking at those responses to see why they think that some of the survey was push polling.
Councillor, through you, Madam Mayor, the staff regularly review feedback, as I've stated previously, and the survey was constructed in a very open and transparent manner.
Thank you. So no review needed. Thank you. Yes, that's questions on the main document, if I may, Madam Mayor. Main report. Coming back to it. On page 18, it actually tells us what a petition should do. Can you hear me, Madam Mayor? Sorry.
Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, on page 18, it talks about what petitions can do. The report is to note the nature of the petition and the number of signatories. In the actual motion, it says, note the petitions received during the public exhibition period, which is, I believe, is what required of that part of the Code of Meeting Practice. But should we note the number of petitions? Because there were 2 that were accepted as submissions, petitions, and 1 didn't have the required number. So should it be note the 2 petitions received?
There's no need to do that.
Don't need a number? Thank you. I'm just looking for more accuracy, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor, when you have a question answered, our Code of Meetings says that you need to take those answers with no debate.
I wasn't debating it, Madam Mayor.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
I don't believe I was debating it.
But you're commenting, and there's no need for that. You just ask the question, take the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Page 20, Madam Mayor. This is a major bone of contention with the community, and it's discrepancy in the number of spaces at Foreshore Car Park. The claim from quite a few submissions that it was deceitful in the numbering of the number of car parks available, and the people out there measured and found up to 130 legal car spaces compared to the 110 noted in the draft plan. The comment is the difference is accounted for in unmarked spaces where vehicles might park. The project team only counted formalised marked spaces. So in the original document that went out, it said car park, didn't say formalised marked spaces. And is that why the people who said it was deceitful were saying that they should have counted all of them?
Through Madam Mayor, this was raised very, very early in the community engagement process, and it was actually clarified and information were provided to the councillors and the community on this.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. That's my last question.
Thank you, Councillor. Any dissent on what we have in front of us, which is now the motion? No, it's the amendment. It's now the motion. It is the motion. I've got it. Any dissent on the motion?
Oh,
no, it's been, one.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's been one dissent. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We just take a couple of seconds to move on to 9.3, which is Saltwater Creek and Lagoon Coastal Management Program strategy. I'm going to, it's up on the board. Yes, I'll call for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Oh, and I need to make sure that I also look down here, but I'm going to take Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor Morris. Sorry, Councillor Shields. Okay, is there any questions? Any? Councillor Horval?
Is in the previous motion, Madam Mayor, it was in the report, it talks about accessing the funding sources could include the environmental levy. And in this motion that's before us, it says allocation funding from the environmental levy reserve for council contribution should be, that's point 3. So how much in the reserve and how can it be, will it be allocated to both projects?
Thank you, General Manager.
Three, I'm not, I'd have to take the amount in the reserve on notice. Depending on what's in the reserve, at the moment, we have a fair idea what we'd be applying for under this particular program, and therefore we have money to actually match that funding as required for council's contribution. In relation to the previous report, that would be dependent on the actual specific projects and the details that came forward at that time.
Well, and Mr. General Manager, I'm a little bit confused about what this funding will be to get that to be successful, in that the report talks about all entrances at some point, and here we are looking at the Saltwater Creek entrance as well. So are we looking at the contributions for all entrances or just the Saltwater Creek one?
Mr. Fish?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The work on the entrances is already underway. The funding that would be sought via this grant application would be the key recommendations out of the scoping study, but the work on the actual entrances of the various creeks within the Shire is already underway.
So that's on page 32 and 33, if I may, Mr. Director. So we are looking at allocating, as part of our contribution for all of these recommended investigations, $53,000, and we should get $160,000 grant from the government. Is that right? No, sorry, 106,000 from the DPI grant.
Through the Mayor, correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. They are my questions.
Thank you. Any dissent on the recommendation? There's no dissent. It's been carried. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay.
Okay, 9.4 is the dual occupancy detached Sherwood Road, Sherwood. It's been moved by Councillor McGinn and seconded by Councillor Saul. Okay. Do I have any question? Councillor Horville has a question. Before you speak, Councillor Horville, do you wish to speak? You'll briefly speak. Thank you.
Sorry, I was asking a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, that's okay. The councillor only briefly wants to speak.
Yep, I'm moving this recommendation that's been given to us for a second detached home on a farming property. It has no significant impacts putting this new home on board. In fact, the building complies with the rural dual occupancy considerations for development. And it does appear that having the building any closer would necessitate in demolishing farm infrastructure, which is undesirable and has inferior outcomes. So I do support the requested variation as contained in this recommendation.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Horville.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. It talks about in the purpose of this motion that the variation is greater than 10%. What is the variation? What is the percentage variation from the KLAP 2013?
Yes, through Madam Mayor, it's the variations from 100 metres out to 155 metres, so of the order of 50%.
Right, you are. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. The answer given. You got another question, Councillor?
Yes, the actual documents, the attachments, Madam Mayor, could we quickly look at the plans? It's attachment 1. Find it. It's coming up. The scanning of that first page of it is upside down. Could, in the future, they could put up the right way, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other questions?
I didn't hear an answer to that question, Madam Mayor, sorry.
It was out of order. I'll call it out of order. It's insulting.
It was upside down and I couldn't read
I
it.
actually will accept that out of order. Thank you, Councillor. further questions. Oh, Councillor Morris has returned. Have you got any questions? Councillor Horval?
Yes, Madam Mayor, just a final question, because I'm trying to understand the KLEP 2013. On page 5 of the 5 in attachment 3, it talks about exception to development standard application. If you've got a huge property and you're putting dual occupancy in it, why have we got in our KLEP that it maximum be 100 metres? It just mystifies me why that is in place.
Yeah. Yep.
Mr. Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Within the actual council report itself, there is a couple of points that are listed with regards to the objectives of the development standard. They're listed there as the objectives of the development standard to provide alternative accommodation for rural families and workers, to ensure that development is of a scale and nature that is compatible with the primary production potential, rural character and environmental capabilities of the land, and to set out consent considerations for development of detached dual occupancies and secondary dwellings to address matters such as access, siting, land suitability and potential impacts. I guess one of the key things to consider is the fragmentation of rural land, and obviously having the houses in closer proximity means that you don't have that impact on what may be potentially land that may be used for an agricultural purpose.
Further down the track. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Director.
Okay, councillors, any dissent? No dissent. Thank you, councillors. That recommendation has been passed. 9.5 is the South Kempsey Urban Design and Social Plan 1 Community 1 Mob Review. Councillor Morris, is that moving? Councillor Morris, your speaker is on mute.
I said yes.
Yes, thank you. You've moved it, and Councillor Patterson has seconded it. Would you like to speak?
I don't think I need to speak to it. We just need to move forward and start this plan that was originally put in place about 5 or 6 years ago, and hopefully have it come to fruition and for the benefit of the community in that location.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Horval?
I'd like to move an amendment, Madam Mayor.
And the amendment is?
It'd be a new point 3, and it is to write to the Premier requesting expedition of the funding of the second bridge crossing as part of the expected state budget's extra infrastructure funding. I'll read that again. Write to the Premier requesting expedition of the funding of the second bridge crossing as part of the expected state budget's extra infrastructure funding.
I have a question to the General Manager. My understanding is all funding has parameters, application processes. Just writing to the Premier is not going to solve that problem. So can you just outline the process and your thoughts on that point 3, please, General Manager?
Normally, through you, Madam Mayor, the grants will be announced and council will apply for that. There are times, however, when the state government does make announcements based on projects they've been working on, whether it be through Regional New South Wales, Department of Family and Cabinet or other departments where they may announce support for projects. My question here, I guess, is what I'm just trying to work out is whether this actually is an amendment or a foreshadowed amendment. Yeah, so we're thinking it would be acceptable as an amendment.
Thank you. Hoping for a second.
Thank you. Councillor Morris has his hand up, and then I'll take Councillor. I need to get a second, but if Councillor Morris has his hand up, he was the mover. Just a moment.
I had my hand up for a question, Madam.
Oh, it was a question, not to say that you would take that into it. I just need to hear the Director's comment.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just to elaborate on what the General Manager's just mentioned, as councillors would be aware, there was funding allocated to undertake a strategic business case. for the second crossing. That is, I guess, nearing completion. And the outcome of that strategic business case will inform the potential for future funding that may be allocated to the project.
I have a question.
Before I do anything else, I need to have a seconder to the amendment.
Has it lapsed?
Yes, I'd like to explain why, Madam Mayor.
Hang on a minute. I haven't got a seconder. It's lapsed. Okay. So we're now back to Councillor Morris. Are you speaking on or asking a question?
My question was partly answered by Director Fish, and my question relates to where is the business case up to for the second bridge crossing? When can we expect that to completed? And is there any indication as to how favourable that assessment would be? I honestly believe that writing to the Premier prior to that report being finalised is premature. We really need to be including in any correspondence about that to hasten it is after that business case has been delivered. So you said we are still doing it. When's it likely to be completed? And is there any indication as to the likely outcome of that?
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Madam, and Mr. Fish will give you a very brief answer to that because it's actually not part of the motion now.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, certainly the strategic business case is going through, I guess, final review processes through Transport for New South Wales, I guess, quality review. And once that's obviously complete, we'll be looking to seek to see what the outcomes of it are.
Is there any indication as to where it's sitting at the moment, or you're not aware as staff?
No, we're not aware of what the outcome is within the draft.
Councillor McGinn, did you have a question? No, no one's got questions. No one's got anything in front of them. No lights. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I was going to ask a question, but this is a question on notice. Might be more appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any dissent on the recommendation? No dissent. It's been carried. Thank you, councillors. 9.6. Councillor Morris.
Madam, well, I suppose I need a seconder before I talk to it.
Councillor Williams is seconded.
I withdrew this simply because I wanted to float the idea of a potential amendment. I've discussed it with Director Mitchell. Director Mitchell said that he would pursue with staff whether the dates indicated in the report are likely to be achieved or likely to be undertaken prior to the dates indicated. The community at Stuarts Point are keen to see the tennis courts being able to be used. So I would like to, I suppose, float the appetite for an amendment that is point 2, and that is in the event that the new licence cannot be issued prior to the middle of December 2020, that Council investigates the feasibility of terminating the existing licence and implementing a temporary management arrangement for the tennis courts at Stuarts Point.
Madam Mayor.
We'll just get Mr. Mitchell, through you, Madam Mayor, we'll just get Mr. Mitchell to make some comments on that. It is, yeah, I'll let Mr. Mitchell make the comments first.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Ross, we did discuss this, and I guess the dates that were included in this report were to take into account other workloads and other projects. Where possible, we will obviously endeavour to undertake this process prior to those dates, and taking on board Councillor Morris's comments around the Christmas sort of holiday period. Would probably caution against, I think it'd be a little bit premature to consider, interim arrangement. I think our time would be better spent rather than sort of trying to put an interim arrangement to actually just running the expression of interest process as has been recommended in the report. We are not sure as to who or how many parties may express interest as part of that EOI process. And so I think my recommendation would be that we would just run the process, and we will endeavour to do that as expediently as possible.
Councillor Morris, I'll take you first and then Councillor Horval.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to express the reason why I've suggested that is because there is a strong desire in the Stewart's Point community to be able to use the tennis courts more wholesomely. There is also regular comment from visitors to the area that it would be of considerable interest to them to be able to use the tennis courts. I believe there is potentially at least one, if not two, but groups that may be involved, and I believe it would be of benefit to the tourist park if they had that additional attraction. And the original discussions I had with Director Mitchell were that we go out automatically and put somebody in as an interim measure. I've changed that after discussion to sort of say by the middle of December, so that at least there would be greater access to the tennis courts from the peak holiday period towards the end of December going through. By then, even in this time frame, we'd have the EOI closing and the evaluation finalised. So it would then be a matter of asking, is somebody prepared, or is the preferred EOI member prepared to take it on as an interim basis until the licence is issued? I don't know what my fellow councillors think, but I see it as a real shame that that asset for the community can't be used by the community simply because of the current arrangements. And I haven't moved an amendment yet, but if there is some assurance, I suppose, in fact, no, I will move it as an amendment because I believe that it's worthwhile to try to get access to the tennis courts in an as expeditious a manner as possible.
Question, Madam Mayor? Oh, sorry.
You moved the original motion, so
therefore it really becomes the original motion, I suppose. Yeah, I would prefer to see it as an amendment, but I moved the original motion so that if it fails,
yeah, I get it.
We go back to the original motion because we still need to progress that.
I can take it as an amendment if that's what you prefer.
Yeah, well, I think that way, if it gets defeated,
yes,
we've still got the original motion on the books rather than nothing on the books, unless I then foreshadow a motion in the event that it gets defeated, which is the original motion. Either way, it has the same effect.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I can just make a comment in relation to item 2, just so that the councillors are clear what it's saying. It is that if we can't, by the middle of December, issue the new one, that we investigate the feasibility of terminating the contract and putting something in place. That means we will look at it. We're already committed to trying to do this as expeditiously as possible. But if council do adopt this, there clearly still is no guarantee we will have something in place prior to the middle of December. Either way, it just allows us the opportunity to investigate.
And I fully appreciate this, the General Manager. It just sort of, I suppose it puts the pressure back, or it puts the intention back to do everything we can, even if we can't get a licence by that time.
That's correct.
That's a question.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Oh, did we have a seconder for the amendment? Because we
didn't need to because I technically moved it. So I'll move a foreshadowed motion to that the first one is, if it gets defeated, that the first one is.
That's fine. I have Councillor Patterson, and then I'll take Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam
Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, it's a question. Maybe it's through to the Director or the General Manager.
We can't have Councillor Morris.
How did council get into this position with a council-run on a council-owned tennis court? Do we not have standard agreements for these on our? Because I'm guessing that we do have, well, there is a number of other tennis courts that council has ownership of.
Through me, we have standard agreements and they have standard timeframes, and they also allow us to roll those over, which is what's really been happening here. but when we have the resources available, we're then able to actually go out to expression of interest, which is what we're doing in this case.
So is that not in our standard agreement that there's public use?
No, it's not actually stated clearly, and we're certainly rectifying that.
Thank you.
Councillor Horville.
Thank you. That's a very good question, Councillor Patterson. My question's about the tourist park that's there. They have a management office and so forth. Is it feasible that they be asked in the interim to manage bookings and have a key to the courts?
Through Mayor, they'd be one of the parties we talk to in the investigation.
Okay, they might want to charge us, I guess, Mr. General Manager.
Okay, we have an amendment.
You have a motion actually and a foreshadowed motion.
You're exactly right. And now that we've got it with Councillor Morris and moved, seconded by Councillor Williams, is there any dissent on the motion? The one on the screen, which has point 2, which is added to what is in your business paper. So what we have now is that council undertake an expression of interest for the management of the Stewart's Point tennis courts, and in the event that the new licence cannot be issued prior to the middle of December 2020, that council investigates the feasibility of terminating the existing lease and implementing a temporary management arrangement for the management of the tennis courts at Stewart's Point.
Can we just change the last wording to Stewart's Point tennis courts so it's consistent with point 1, Madam Mayor? I did say tennis courts at Stewart's Point, but it should have just been of the Stewart's Point tennis courts.
Yep, that can
for consistency.
Yes, that can be done. Okay, is there any dissent from the motion in front of us? No dissent. Thank you, councillors. That's been carried. Okay, 9.7, we'll just take a breath so everyone can see who voted for what. 9.7 is the 2021 local event day application. Thank you, Councillor McGinn. You're moving it out. Councillor Shields has moved it and Councillor McGinn has seconded. It was withdrawn for a question or something. Thank you, Councillor Horville.
Yes, Madam Mayor, just a minor amendment. No, I was hoping to move it. I had my hand up, but very hard for you to spot it, I guess. Just to put the full, the council make an application to the minister and give him his full title, which is he's the Special Minister for State, Minister for Public Service and Employee Relations, Aboriginal Affairs and the Arts, the Honourable Don Harwin, MLC. Now, I was hoping to put that in the original motion just to make it clear who we're writing to.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in regards to this particular aspect is actually the Minister for Public Service and Employee Relations, which is where this Act relates.
So
that's a minor amendment I'm moving, Madam Mayor, but if you don't think it's worth it, I'll leave it out.
Thank you. Any dissent on any questions, any dissent? I'm taking.
Just a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Morris.
And I think I may have asked this previously. Is it possible for council to resolve that they routinely make application to the appropriate minister each year for these events, so this doesn't have to come back every year? Particularly if the appropriate organisations request such.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we actually have to advertise these. So yeah, we actually do need to bring it back. It's not a major issue for the staff, and it is simply the administrative report for council to adopt.
Yeah.
Any dissent? No dissent. Thank you, councillors. Carried unanimously. Okay, we're moving on to 9.8 was done in consensus, I believe. 9.9 disclosure of interest return. There is a recommendation.
Move that way.
Thank you, Councillor Saul, and seconded by Councillor McGinn. Councillor Horville.
A couple of questions, Madam Mayor. These disclosures are already on the website in the agenda. So why are we writing recommendation 2, publish these returns? Because they've already been published.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's just our staff being efficient.
Thank you very much. And having read all the disclosures of interest, Madam Mayor. My question is to three people, in fact. On page 9, it says property development. Were you a property developer or a close associate of a property developer on the return date? And most of us wrote no, but 3 people didn't write anything there, not yes or no. So does that need correction?
3 men, no.
So that can be left blank, Mr. General Manager.
That is my understanding.
Wow, oh, okay. So you could be and not disclose that you're a property developer.
Councillor, your next question.
My question is, if you are a property developer, you don't have to answer that question.
No, that's not correct. If they were had an interest in relation to property development, they would have to disclose that and put yes and put the details.
So we assume that it's no if it's blank.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. My final question, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
What are the consequences for the councillors and designated persons for failing to lodge a legislated return?
Through Madam Mayor, I don't know the exact details of that. What we have in place is a system, I guess, to ensure that the councillors and the designated officers do actually lodge those returns as required.
Okay, that you don't know.
All right.
Like. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
I'm going to put the recommendation, ask for any dissent. Any dissent on the recommendation? There's no dissent. That's been carried unanimously. Thank you. I think 10 was already, no. 10 got taken out.
Yes. Questions, Madam Mayor, and a recommendation if necessary.
It would already been moved and seconded by Councillor McGinn and seconded by Councillor Shields. So we do have that the information be noted. I'll take your amendment because I don't know that you want to speak to a recommendation said the information be noted. So, Councillor, your amendment?
Well, no, actually I had a question first, and if the question is a certain way, I would move an amendment. So if I could finish saying, if the question is answered a certain way, I'll be moving an amendment, Madam Mayor. That's what I was saying. The development activity and LEP variations, the quarterly snapshot brings us up with this one that came through to us about the 2-lot subdivision. When you look at the register, the development application register on the council website, you find that there's one 4-lot subdivision, and I want to know if this is a conflict with council. The owners are 5 people and Kempsey Shire Council. So how could Kempsey Shire Council be applying for a development application to themselves?
Through Madam Mayor, council regularly, if they've got work to be done on their land that requires the DA, put in the DA for those.
Yes, but if you own the land, if council owns the land, Mr. General Manager, wouldn't that be a conflict and then have to be the application be farmed to an independent assessment?
That would depend on the nature of the actual application.
All right, well, I'll email you the details, Mr. General Manager, so you can investigate it, I guess. Yes. We also had in this one one objection received, and we've already dealt with it and have voted to go ahead with it. But that objection still hasn't been forwarded to councillors because it was unfortunately overlooked. Will that objection ever be forwarded to councillors?
Yes.
Thank you. I won't add what I found on the public register any further. I'll accept the information be noted, Madam Mayor, and will not amend it. Thank you.
Any dissent? Thank you, councillor. It's been carried. 9.11, it was adopted. We're now on to questions on notice. We're going to take questions on notice. Then we will adjourn for lunch. But we will need to, before we do that, take a motion that we extend the meeting time till after 1 o'clock because we'll have to come back. I'm going to do the questions first. I'll start with Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two questions. Has council ever investigated the option of an ocean swimming pool at Southwest Rocks? Number two is the markets at Southwest Rocks. Sorry, what's the name of the park they were held at in Landsborough? Brighton Park. Has council looked at supplying toilets for the use when markets are at Brighton Park? Thank you.
Councillor Baxter, Councillor McGinn, Councillor Shields, Councillor Saul.
Yes, Madam Mayor, two minor questions. Concerns have been raised over safety issues in regards to the road surface in Perrins Lane, West Kempsey. Can council please investigate the road surface in Perrins Lane, West Kempsey? That's the same question. And the second one, please. What is the amount of funding allocated to the South Kempsey Urban Design and Social Plan? That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Williams, Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have some questions. I'll email them in after, so I can't have points of order on them.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morris.
I've got a few, but I haven't got them written down, Madam Mayor, so I'll ask them as questions on notice between now and the next meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Now I need to take a motion that we extend the meeting till after. Thank you, Councillor Shields. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McGinn. And the recommendation, I'll just wait till it comes up on screen. That we'll extend the meeting till after 1 o'clock. By the time I get lunch, I don't know where my husband is. So we've got it, that the meeting conclusion be extended to 4 p.m.
Council is just a point. That doesn't mean you have to use all that time.
It's to the maximum of 4 p.m.
We should change it to 6 p.m. then.
No, the code of meeting practice doesn't allow you to do that.
Have another meeting next week. Yep.
Okay, any dissent on that? No, there's no dissent. So we're now going to adjourn the meeting for lunch. It's now 12:30. I think that by the time we get back here, it'll be more like 1:45. So 1:45 will be the resumption of the meeting. Thank you.
Question, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Will we come back as confidential?
It will have to move into confidential at that point.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
147. Whoops. No, 48.
Thank you, councillors. I need a motion to go into confidential. Thanks, councillor. It's been moved by councillor Patterson and seconded by councillor Horval. His, I believe, hand was up second. Any dissent from that? No dissent. We're now going to go into confidential. We just need to turn the screen off again and
I think Linda will be about ready to hit go on that right now. Yep. So, yeah. No, we've actually been working on this for several weeks in terms of media release and to have it time to go out now.
So the resolutions taken in closed session in regards to item 11.2 legal matters, the resolution taken was that the information be noted. In relation to item 11.3 Audit and Risk Committee meeting minutes of 11th September 2020, the resolution was that council note the draft meeting minutes from the Audit and Risk Committee 11th September 2020. In relation to item 11.4 Mid-North Coast High Performance Centre tender evaluation, the resolution taken was that Council 1 note the receipt of the selective tenders for the design and construction of the Mid-North Coast High Performance Centre. 2, note that additional council funding is required for all options tendered. 3, accept the tender of Lippman Proprietary Limited for the design and construction of the Mid-North Coast High Performance Centre at a total cost of $4,452,613 GST exclusive, in accordance with the tender documentation and tender submission. 4, with respect to point 3, note that this tender price excludes the media level, operable walls, air conditioning and mezzanine. 5, allocate the required additional funding of $2.29 million to deliver the project at the second quarterly review or in the 2021-22 operational plan development, pending the final contract delivery program. 6, with respect to item 5, source $1.1 million from the federal government's local road and community infrastructure program. Noting advice has been received, the project is eligible or be subject to application. $750,000 from future land sales revenue and $440,000 from timber bridge projects and council's forward program now funded or anticipated to be funded through other sources. 7, commence necessary actions for land identified for sale within Southwest Rocks to take the land to market unless the land is required for future public open space requirements, determined via the framework identified within the Community Infrastructure Strategic Plan. 8, that a value management workshop be held during the detailed design phase with the relevant stakeholders and the construction company. And 9, note the $386,384 contribution from the Southwest Rocks Country Club. In relation to item 11.5, commercial business opportunity, it was resolved the council acknowledges the importance of the Slim Dusty Centre to the Kempsey Shire. B, notes the opportunity to work in partnership with the Slim Dusty Foundation Limited as trustee for the Slim Dusty Museum Trust Fund regarding the future operation and management of the Slim Dusty Centre. C, acknowledges the opportunity that the potential future operation and management of the Slim Dusty Centre to address the need for community and cultural spaces in the Shire as identified in Council's recently adopted Your Future Places and Spaces Macleay Valley Community Infrastructure Strategy. D, authorise the General Manager, noting that there will be no transfer of financial liability, if any exists, to 1, enter into a short-term agreement with the Slim Dusty Foundation Limited as trustee for the Slim Dusty Museum Trust Fund to operate the Slim Dusty Centre on a reduced operating basis for a maximum period of 6 months. And 2, undertake the necessary due diligence and negotiations required to consider the longer-term transfer of the Slim Dusty Centre to Kempsey Shire Council, with a report to be presented to a future council meeting. 2, that a detailed business plan be developed for the future operation of the Slim Dusty Centre by Kempsey Shire Council to be presented to a future council meeting for adoption. And 3, that all budget adjustments associated with this project be included in a future quarterly budget review to be presented to council.
Thank you, councillors, and that ends the meeting for October. Thank you.